Am I live? It says I'm live, but I don't see the stream. Oh, there we go. Nobody's here yet, but that's fine. Let's get that blue sky link. And that. And everyone. Promote in all the places. All right, cool. Hello. Hi. Okay. For anybody that's here, is the leveling between my microphone and the music too loud on either end? Like, can you hear me okay? I'll just be safe. Turn it down a little bit. Which is funny, because the song is saying turn it up. I hope this doesn't get copyright claimed. I'm pretty sure this is a streamable album. This is Memories of Tokyo 2 by Too Mellow. For those that don't know. Okay. So, I would give... well... I would tell what we're doing today, but there is nobody here. So I suppose I will wait on that and just get started. Let me get my references open. This is a difficult one to do stream-wise because if I want to have my art assets open, I have to do like multiple windows on the same window. Like, even though I have 3 monitors, including my tablet. Well, my 2 monitors and my tablet, I mean. Okay.
It's a brand new day in Tokyo. Headlining the news is the recent statement from Goji Rokaku on the graffiti gangs plaguing the city. Quote, my Rokaku forces are on patrol in all major metropolitan
All right.
areas to make sure these terrorists are behind
Let's go. And how old is this album? I forget. 7 years! 7 years. Wow. It's really been that long. I mean, like, it's been about as long as I've drawn on stream. So, that's befitting. That was not intentional, by the way. Hi, Rye. Hi. If you don't know, Carl Danielton in chat helped me out with the recording of the pilot. And yes, I do have all of the audio completely, like, organized for the scratch script. It is 7 minutes long. Almost exactly 7 minutes long. Good morning, too. Hey, Jackie. Hey. It's been a while since this, hasn't it? Okay. So, now that there's people here, what I am doing today is I am drawing a static frame. This is shot 11 from my pilot. It is a picture of all of my characters. And we are just going to try and finish it before the end of the stream. I am streaming all day, so that way I work all day. Let me get a sip of water. Of course, if there's any questions or any points of topic that people want me to discuss, feel free to. Let me get my references for my characters here. Now, the thing with storyboards is that we don't have to draw the most, complete... Yeah, I forgot which layer it was on. To rename them. We don't have to draw the most complete drawing of them. Picture frame. We just gotta draw, what... The vague notion of what it will be, in the final cartoon. Oh yeah, I am happy to be the background noise. Let's see here. So first we're gonna draw Solma. Wait, is this one? No, this is Say Something. I thought it was 24-Hour Party People. That's my favorite song off this album. I really hope this doesn't get claimed. Oh, you know what? Hey, actually, just to get it out of the way, yesterday, almost exactly 1 day ago at this point, I uploaded a few things to my secret music channel, Saint Lulu Death, and I published a remix that I made also 10 years ago. It will get claimed, but I want to show it off. I want to show it off because, well, I'm still a big fan of it, to be honest with you.
In the beginning there was Jack, and Jack had a groove, and from this groove came the grooves of all grooves. And while one day viciously throwing down on his box, Jack boldly declared, "Let there be house," and house music was born. I am, you see, I am the creator, and this is my house. And in my house there is only house music. But I am not so selfish, because once you enter my house, it then becomes our house and our house music. And you see, no one man owns house, because house music is a universal language spoken, understood by all. You see, house is a feeling that no one can understand really unless you're deep into the vibe of house. House is an uncontrollable desire to jack your body. And as I told you before, this is our house and our house music. And every house, you understand, there is a keeper. And in this house, the keeper is Jack. Now some of you might wonder, who is Jack and what is it that Jack does? Jack is the one who gives you the power to
Thank you, Rylan.
Jack is the one who gives you the power to do the snake. Jack is the one who gives you the key
To the wiggly worm.
Jack is the one who learns you how to walk your body. Jack is the one that can bring nations and nations of all jackals together under one house.
You may be Jew or Gentile. It don't make a difference in our house. And this is fresh.
So yeah, that was. Oh my god, my throat. That was a remix. Oh, my throat is still scratchy. Hold on. Water. Annie. Um, that was a remix of Horsepower by Justice. The speech that you heard over it was My House, or In the Beginning There Was Jack by Chuck Roberts. And the crowd and the kind of sound at the end was from Can You Feel It, um from the live version, the live 1981 tour version of Can You Feel It by the Jackson 5. The thing is, I found out yesterday that Chuck Roberts, if you don't know, Chuck Roberts is one of the most famous and important house musicians ever. Like, I say he's famous, but he's also relatively unknown. It is hard to find his music. The exception being that one. Because that one has been sampled and used in so many DJ mixes over the years that it is uncountable. I think someone's wearing a dress in this one, or her like uh graduation gown, I believe. Uh, but sorry. Anyways, uh, and I found out unfortunately he passed away last year. Uh, and that reminded me, oh, I made that remix. Um, so I felt like uploading it as a tribute to him. Uh, I'm still a fan of the remix, to be perfectly honest. Um, oh, excuse me. But I think uh it's pretty good, I think. So yeah, that's the backstory on that. Um, actually, if we want to go two for two, um, I made uh, and this is the okay. Unlike House Power, I have shown House Power on stream like over a decade ago. I just never released it properly. This one is stream exclusive for now. Um, so I made a remix of uh clipping for Siva Gunner. Um, it has not appeared on the channel yet, and I'm not allowed to upload the video until like I'm either given the okay to, uh, as in it would be rejected and then it would go onto my channel, or uh, it gets officially uploaded to the official channel, and I'm good. Uh, Also, thank you, Rai. Uh, so here's here's what that sounds like. It is a mix of clipping and Slender the Eight Pages. I forget what side of the tassel, like, which side does it go on if you graduated? Left if they have accepted their diploma. Thank you. Thank you. So that would be my right. So this is the left.
Right where it left off, the bet's off, you gets off. I'm being skeptical, but shit is too real. Be honest with it, what do you feel? The beast is hidden beneath the beat and with the panic concealed. It's like you sit in the middle of your terror and never found part of yourself. But oh well, guess that wasn't in your ministry. Here come the hammers to rearrange body chemistry. You should play the way you do when family is threatened. You was making moves, but now you making messes. Take and play it, listen to the message. Did you really think that death would just be seasonal? It never stops. You should run away. You won't make it far. Count your blessings for the life you've had and depart. Or else welcome to the retribution for your life of wasted illusions. And you could have been in the movement if you hadn't fucking removed it and dead in the focus of victims of cover your thought is clipping.
So that's the mix that I made. It's the intro from both Visions of Bodies Being Burned and There's an Existed an Addiction to Blood. I thought it would go really well over the Slender the 8 Pages soundtrack. It was just a thought that popped in my head one day, and so I was just like, fuck it. I'll just make it. And then I submitted it to Siva Gunner a couple months ago at this point. I would not be surprised if they save this for like October or something, but it would be nice to get like a confirmation email just to be like, it will be uploaded, you know? Though I think they only send confirmation emails to be like, it has been uploaded. And then I can like plug on social media about it, but I can't in the comments. Like they make you sound like a whole thing about it. That was wild, but also worked pretty well. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really like remixing music. It is a nice hobby. I say, well, I guess the clipping one is the closest thing to an actual proper remix that I did, because I had to like pull out the strands of certain parts of the songs. I should really just lock the picture frame layer. Lock. I am so bad at drawing kissing. For context, in the frame, it's Dottie giving Soma a little kiss. Yeah, I should probably draw Soma's face, and so that way I have like reference for where Dottie's face will be. Let's see here. Where is it? There. Say something, say something. Say something, say something. Oh, wait, no, Dottie would be kissing Soma's, like, ear if it were there. Nah. Oh, oops. I always think I'm on the right tab. I always mess up with that. Let me just merge the tassel into the... there. We'll draw Dottie on a different layer.
Yeah, sometimes, actually a lot of times, actually never, people come up to me on the street and they say, hey, that guy raps. And I'm like, yeah.
I figured it'd be nice to go through 2Mello's discography, because what I'm trying to do is build up a library of music that is uncopyrightable on Twitch or YouTube. And then at a certain point, aside from like, you know, like viewer suggestion, I can just play a random playlist of whatever these songs are. An interesting one that I have is the Portal soundtrack. That does not get copyright claimed on YouTube, except for the Ellen McLean songs, and Exile, I forget the name of the song. Oh my god, has it been that long? But yeah. Also, the initial version of Unprofessionals was very Jet Set Radio influenced. Back in 2015. I know how to draw eyes closed, but I need this to look a specific way. I need this to be like, you know, a term of endearment here. Like the eye little scrunched up. I haven't fully decided how I want to depict the eyes in Unprofessionals, because I was just gonna do them without pupils and just have them be colored eyeballs, but I'm not sure. And then also, a big influence on me is Hilda, and the eyes on that do not have, like, their full outside frames, which looks good, and I really like that style. It just makes it hard to draw in Clip Studio Paint, which is what I use to make all these images. No, that's not what I'm going for. Shit, is this such a specific emotion? Like, just a little bit there. Maybe a little wider smile. Yeah, that works. Yeah. That looks good. Now, even though storyboards are supposed to be simple, this is, as I stated before, an individual frame. This will not be animated. There are about 5 shots in here that are just static images, but, there is in total 61 shots for this entire pilot. I do not plan on doing this alone, obviously, but, you know, getting people to help is hard. Aside from, you know, a few very generous friends who have, loaned their time and space to help. But on the art side, it is going to be very difficult because, you know, there's money involved. Gotta pay the voice actors, gotta pay the animators. It's funny doing this experiment of like, will this get copyright claimed? Because, it, if it does, then that means this stream is unusable, and you'll never be able to watch it again. But if it doesn't, then we're good. So it's a real crapshoot. I really want to include the Undertale and Deltarune soundtracks into my mix. But I heard there was some, like, company copyright claiming on behalf of Toby Fox, which he didn't want. And I don't know if that's, like, still happening, or if Uh, hmm. Maybe Dottie should be on this side, because she's got her cheek face towards there. Oh, bye, Rye. How could Tony do it? Who's Tony? Who's fucking Tony? That does remind me. Not that it hasn't been on my mind literally like the last day or so. I emailed for now I'll keep it secret, a larger streaming talent, to cameo in my pilot. And, as far as things have been progressing, it seems like it might happen. It seems like it might actually happen. Oh, oops, that's supposed to be Solma, not Dottie. But I'm very excited about it. I think his voice will work perfectly in the little cameo that he gets. Oh god, I am really bad at drawing kissing. It's just something I'm not well adversed with. Oh yeah, wait, Dottie's the tallest. So it's like she's almost leaning down to kiss. A little bit. Yeah, I should probably have her head just a little bigger. I gotta be honest, this is probably like one of the best drawings of Solma I've done. I'm very happy about that. Should probably turn down so that way I can... Oh, those are not the models that I meant to click. There we go. Windows 11 being fun, as always. And by fun, I mean fucking horrible. Oh, oops, wrong layer. I should just block that for now. Oh wait, I forgot Dottie's nose. Of course. Dottie's facing like this way, towards Solma. So kiss, and then I don't know what the music of Unprofessionals will be, because, you know, I have friends that do make music. It's just, you know, just the kind of nervousness of, hey, can you make an entire, like, 7-minute soundtrack for my pilot, please? Like, that feels intimidating to ask someone, both on, like, the giving and receiving end of that conversation. No, that's a little too flirty for Dottie. Dottie's more generous and happy.
Hold your butts. It's time for Jet Set Classic. This track ain't seen the light of day in close to 30 years. Once I dust it off a little, I'm gonna let her rip, so listen up.
Yeah, a little mwah. Hi, Galactica. Welcome. Like, oh, this is one that's like this, like that, like this, like that. Hair would probably be sticking. Like that. Like this, like that. Smaller eraser. By the way, how do I sound? If you didn't hear in between streams, I got a new microphone. This one is a Rode. I thankfully got it for cheap, but it is the same one that Derek uses on his streams, which you may have heard it used on our Alan Wake stream recently. Dottie's ears need to be a little bigger. Ah, here we go. This is my favorite one of the album. This was like my philosophy 10 years ago, which is unhealthy. People don't sleep, don't drink, don't eat like we do. I need you, you need to. I can't see you when you need to. Trouble, you just love to get in trouble. Do the hustle, everybody do the hustle. Get in trouble, you just love to get in trouble. Do the hustle, everybody do the hustle. I always struggle to like, Dottie has like such fluffy hair that like I'm intimidated by like how many like orbs I gotta draw for her hair. No, yeah. This is a classic. This is genuinely a classic. For our party, people don't sleep, don't drink, don't eat like we do. I need you, I need me too. I can't see you when you need to. Get in trouble, you just want to get in trouble. Do the hustle, everybody do the hustle. Get in trouble, you just love to get in trouble. Get the hustle, everybody do the hustle. I think her being on this side does actually work a lot better because you get to see the tassel. Now, I do also have it that Dottie is hugging Salma, but again, tragedy. Oh man, the introvert, the true introvert song. Sorry, I keep getting distracted. Everybody do the hustle. Now, I don't know where Dottie's hands would be. I know her shoulder would be here. Maybe she's doing like a little pose, like a. Yeah, that's Dottie. That's Dottie. Dance with me. Dance with me. Stop. I've noticed on streams, anytime I sing, I usually drop half of my viewers. Because it was at 8 and now we're at 4. That happens every time. That's Dottie. That is Dottie. I think the other unprofessionals will just be in their usual outfits.
Okay, man, are you ready to go? I'm ready to go. Now, come on, now crank this motherfucker up.
Something I definitely will be going through on stream will be the works of my friend Ramona Vectroid, cause you know, I love her work. Let's see here. Dottie's leg is like sticking out to be like, you know, hey, I got my. No, that is way too thick of a leg for Dottie. And then let's see here. Maybe Dottie's like just downs that way. It's more indicative of being like, oh, she's leaning over for a kiss. Should probably have her spine a little more bent. And this leading a little more into the back of her arm. There we go. Little cartoon sound effect. Sorry, I wasn't expecting that. Oh, whoa. You know what? Should I give Dottie her roller skates? She doesn't have that in her design anymore. Because, animating roller skates is, really fucking difficult. But for, like, a static image, I mean, I think it would be fine. You know? Just be like, hey, she's the kind of girl to have Heelys. I always wanted Heelys as a kid. They look so fucking cool. I knew kids that had them, but oh yeah, her pants. That would probably yeah, that would probably be good. Arm a little more here. And then have her hand just kind of floating out. Okay, I gotta make her hand bigger. This is something I basically always do in post. I always resize people's heads. I always resize people's hands. Because they are usually not as big as they should be. Because the hand should be as big as the face, and the head should not be as wide as the shoulders on any drawing. And I frequently kind of mess that up, but hey, it's good to know your... Whoa, whoa, fingers! Hot dog fingers. Maybe just simple, scale. Yeah, that's better. I used to have a playlist of this album with Splatoon 1 mixed in. I feel like Jet Set and Splatoon, even though, like, Jet Set hurts my hands to play, and I just can't play Splatoon because I do not have any of the proper platforms anymore. But there are always two franchises that I will always appreciate. Aesthetically. They're such a big influence over my style and my more punk sensibilities. 'Cause I may not be a huge listener of punk music, but I do love the aesthetics. Especially when it's, you know, bright, semi-futuristic kind of look. Gonna make that a little... Why does that kind of look a little weird? Let's fix the belt. And that's Dottie. Okay. See, a lot of people associate me with punk aesthetics when I never really seek that out. Really? I think mine's just more like, you know, fuck the system, fuck authoritative people and situations. And some music, you know, like I love Plastic Surgery, Disasters, and In God We Trust Inc. by Dead Kennedys. Let's see here. Let's draw Audrey. I love on In God We Trust Inc. when they go, fuck off, produced by, and then they say the producer of fucking, oh god, what band was it? Hold on. Martin Haddon. That was the producer of Joy Division and the Buzzcocks. And they say, fucking, fuck off, overproduced by Martin Haddon. Take one. To quote Vegeta, Fuck the government. That's the closest I can do to Vegeta. rock the beat. Okay, I'm just gonna add a little frame in between, so that way Dottie's, like, hair and face aren't, interrupting Soma's drawing, so we can kind of see how it looks all together. Oh, whoops, that is hard eraser. I do that so frequently. I think I'm on one tab, even though it's a completely different tool. There we go. Okay. So now we have that sort of uninterrupted. Maybe Audrey, like, holding on to Soma's shoulder? Oh, wait. Oh, I still the fucking... But... Okay. Damn, this song is still relatable 7 years later. That sucks. It's the same sort of way that, like, Plastic Beach is a beautiful album, but, the fact that, like, literally all of its themes were, so foreboding of everything we're facing right now, and is still relevant, and will probably continue to be relevant, sucks. One thing that does kind of annoy me, is that, it never got, they always released, like, B-side albums, at least in the early days of Gorillaz. There was, G-sides, which was for their debut, there was D-sides for Demon Days, and there was fan versions called C-sides, as in S-E-A, because, you know, ocean themed. But, Damon stated that they recorded over 100 songs for Plastic Beach. Of course, all in varying states of, like, finishing, and some of the songs have been licensed out to other productions or reused, like Apple Carts, which was used in the play Monkey, which honestly I kind of like the demo version better. Just maybe it's nostalgia, maybe it's just the tonality of it, but it sounds just like 2D, more quietly singing to himself while looking out onto the stars of Plastic Beach. Let's see here. For the storyboards, I've just been drawing the eyes like this, just to keep it simple. It's so hard for me not to draw Audrey with like the type of eyebrows. She is just kind of that person to do the fucking DreamWorks face. So I try really hard not to. Oh, you know what? Put in a little wink. Put in a little wink there. Oh, whoops. Whoa, that looks weird. It's like her eye was falling out of her head there. No. Oh god, I hope you can't hear that. I'm so sorry. My dad has to water the garden. He's been doing this for days. I hear the pipes all the time. I hope it doesn't pick up on mic. Hold on. Oh, okay. Thank God. I don't think it does. Maybe if I'm speaking it does, but oh, okay, good. Just know it is annoying for me. It is like I hate living down here because of it. You know what? Nah. I'm not feeling the wink anymore. It was just a smile, just an earnest Audrey smile. Not like that. No, she gives toothy smiles. She looks so funny. Hold on. I want to chase this. Actually, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. She's... Oh, man, this one. Oh, what's this one called? I forget. Yeah, tag walls punch fascists. Love this one. The smiling grinner knows world is her dinner. There will still be political elements in Unprofessionals, in case you are wondering. Is just that it will be, through speculative fiction, science fiction kind of lens, because, I gotta be honest, in the last iteration of Unprofessionals that I wrote, I accidentally predicted the Capitol raid. That's what made me stop. That's what made me stop writing. I didn't think it would ever happen, but like 4 months after I wrote it down, in this it was gonna be like the season finale, for that version of Unprofessionals, and then it happened, and I was like, oh my god, no. And I just gave up on writing Unprofessionals for like a couple years. It was supposed to be like a very dramatic cliffhanger, just kind of like, oh god, what do we do now? This horrible thing has happened to the world. And then it happened to the world. Because it was a lot more realism. I hate saying that, but like the politics were a lot more intense in that version of the show. And this was before I decided to pivot to the ghost aspect of this version of the show. And let me be clear here. I am left wing. I am left wing. I'm like fucking so left wing. Please. I wrote that as you know, because I thought, oh, that's an absurd thing. That would never happen. Oh man. It's like that one episode of the X-Files spin-off that accidentally predicted 9/11 half a year before it happened. Yeah. Or Deus Ex, who predicted 9/11 as well a year before it happened by not including the Twin Towers in the New York skylines. I forget the exact thing. I think it was because they couldn't render it. And then they wrote some in-universe lore to explain why it was absent there, because it was such an iconic piece of the New York skyline. I think that's how it went down. I don't remember this one. Big Beast. Oh, no, wait. I do. This one is a little repetitive. Oh, oops. I still have the eraser. Have to flip through so many windows. Okay. Now, Audrey's hair. I gotta be honest here. One of the biggest things that helped me really want to be like, hey, I want to do Unprofessionals again after all this time, was finally figuring out how to draw Audrey's hair. Audrey's hair has been just an enigma for years for me, because she has the big sort of sway, almost pompadour-like thing on her head. And she's had like multiple of those. There's one that looked like a mohawk. There's one that was like flatter and like face downward. But when I finally drew this, because I was trying to draw like just little OC pics, characters that I've made, I was like, oh fuck, that's it. That's her hair now. I was so happy. I was so happy. In case you're wondering how many iterations of Unprofessionals were in, like, production over these 10 years, it is 5. The first one was, like, a gang war, like, Jet Set Radio kind of show. The second one was the one that I tried storyboarding like 10 years ago on stream. That's where I got my start streaming. Back on Picardo. Ugh. That one was more regular show inspired. And it was very different. It was meant to be a show where all the crazy shit that happens in it, it's not the characters actively seeking it out. It was supposed to be a subversion and have all the crazy shit kind of just happen to them. Like they're in a constant world where things just are make no sense and are like constantly changing and shifting, which was supposed to be, you know, metaphorical. for stuff, for life. But at a certain point, I didn't like that version anymore. Version 3 was more of a, I guess you could call it a reboot. It added in more, well, actually, it took away some of the sci-fi elements, but it introduced some of the paranormal elements. That was another pilot that I attempted to do back in, like, 2017. And then that one did not end up happening. Because I got burnt out, and I didn't know what burnout was at the time. So. No, Audrey's hand should be on her hip. That's a pose she always does. And then in 2020, when, you know, we were all locked inside and had nothing to do, I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna make a new version of Unprofessionals. Because it had been a while. And that one was extremely politically charged because of everything that happened in 2020. I wrote, no joke, I wrote 3 entire seasons of that. At the very, like, I had, like, a couple scripts, some of which I've actually recycled for, the new Unprofessionals. But it was very much a character piece on all the individual characters of the show. Oh god, I love this song. This one was stuck in my head the other day. And it was about them kind of dealing with political changes, learning about, like, a conspiracy underlining the cyberpunk city that they lived in. And our hip's a little wider than that, just a little bit. And well, here's the thing, I kept having it escalate, like, way too big. Like, the production on it wouldn't have happened either way, because, like, first season, like, there'd be all that, you know, oh man, we're looking at the conspiracy stuff. Second season, they were gonna get superpowers, and then the third season, there was gonna be fucking an outbreak of kaiju, and them dealing with, like, a giant global war happening with that. It was a fucking wild version. Very, the most ambitious one. Like, probably more ambitious than Null, not as ambitious as World Walkers. But, unfortunately, my political commentary in that version was too accurate, because I don't want to go into all of them, but including the Capitol riot, I did predict a couple other things, and that made me feel like an insane person. That made me feel like, oh, I'm so wired into politics right now that I am predicting things that are actually happening in the real world, and I don't want to seem insensitive by keeping them in the show. So I literally threw the whole show in the bin. And then dedicated time to working on Null and World Walkers for a couple years. But now that I've worked on Null, and it has depressed me a little bit, and World Walkers is just completely unfeasible without help, Unprofessionals is just the way to go forward. And I got this one inspired by a concept for Unprofessionals that I never used. It was, well, just literally the premise of the show, which I can go into. What I remember from that version reminded me a bit of Oh Grady. Oh Grady? Apologies, I came in now. What is the Unprofessionals about? I'm glad you asked. I'm so glad you asked. Also, I've never seen or heard of O'Grady. Looks interesting, though. Nickelodeon show. Okay. So, Unprofessionals, is a show about 5 women, which then become 6, researching the paranatural. This is a universe where like the afterlife, reincarnation, ghosts, revenants are not only well known, they are scientifically understood. Takes place in 2122. It is it's about them going to these places where there are revenants, ghosts that are violent and can't move on, and they are helping them peacefully move on. Like, they do not use violence, they do not try to solve these issues with malice or in the intent of, profiting off of it. Though of course they're filming it and putting it on like whatever the analogous YouTube is, because people gotta live, and they have almost no money, and they are just trying to help people, move on, because obviously these spirits were somebody once. Uh Part of it reminds me of Ghost Whisper. I don't know what that is. My sort of thoughts on it. Also, I never said welcome Aardbark, welcome Blue. Oh, it's a live action show. My thoughts on it, are it is the inverse of Scooby-Doo. It is like, instead of chasing down the ghosts and capturing them and being like, this was the mystery, instead there are clues littered throughout the episode that the audience can figure out, like, as they watch, to kind of indicate, like, oh, how did the person die? How did the person, what does the person need to move on? All these sort of things, just kind of hidden in plain sight. Meanwhile, sorry, the perspective on this is not... No, I should do mesh transformation. Audrey's, like, legs just felt disproportional to me. Yeah, that feels better. It was an old paranormal drama in the 2000s where a lady speaks to ghosts, helps them with unfinished business. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess a little bit there. But I'm going with it in the sense of, her hand is way too small there. What am I doing? I'm doing this in the sense of having, like, thematic sort of, like, hey, even if in a tough spot, there is always a light. There's always another way, among other sort of themes. Shows have themes. I just can't recall them all off the top of my head because I'm trying to do too much at once. I'm trying to entertain, I'm trying to draw, but it's all coming from, like, a good place. Very, very real sort of place for them and me. And also, there's a ton of lore. I have so much fucking lore for this show, like, written in the background. Like, I have geopolitics, how this affects, like the appearance of ghosts in the afterlife being, like, confirmed, affects, like, socio-political standpoints, religion, like, all this shit. Um, just so fucking much. And also, even worse, some of World Walkers will bleed into Unprofessionals just a little bit. Just a little bit, enough to get me satisfied to be like, okay, I am putting forward the concepts from World Walkers that I really wanted people to get attached to. Yes, that's where Audrey came from. I have been working on this, on and off for 10 years. Not this specific pilot. This specific pilot started about a week ago. Now let's listen to Sounds of Tokyo 2, the sequel album.
Are you ready?
Oh, that's loud. Oh my god. This song is kind of annoying. I'm sorry. It was like frying my brain for a second there. Apologies to anybody who likes this song, of course. Just my brain couldn't think for a second. I was like, oh, whoa, whoa. For those that know, I would say there are 3 temples of my art style. Number 1, the original Scooby-Doo, Where Are You? Has always been such a big influence on my art, and, was even initially an inspiration for Unprofessionals way back when. 'Cause one thing that has always pissed me off about Scooby-Doo is that they've never had an iteration where all of them are in a polycule. Like, it feels so obvious, you know, like they're fucking hippies in a van. Like, going around solving mysteries. Like, how could they not? But, also just the group dynamic. The only thing is, I don't want any one of them to be considered the Scooby of the group. There is no mascot. It is very much a focused character piece on these 5 women. And of course, throughout the versions, there have been very different interpretations and everything. Like, for example, the character that I'm drawing right now, Melody, or I'm about to draw, I don't know which side. Oh, you know what? Melody could be, like, hugging Dottie and Solma at the same time. That would be cute. But... like, for example, in previous iteration, Melody was a completely different character. She was Dottie's sister. And they looked more alike, of course. She was like a real estate agent, and she owned the Unprofessionals house. Now in this version, Melody is a self-insert of me. Honestly, all of them, all the characters are inserts of me to some degree, but you know, I would say Melody is very much inspired by what I wish I looked like, you know? very self-fulfillment in that regard. Especially, I'm unfortunately sorry to say, I am no longer transitioning. I haven't talked about this publicly, but, being on estrogen, I could not handle the hormonal changes. It, let's just say it didn't go well. And for the last month, that's why I wasn't streaming, that's why I was uploading old pages of Null. I was still making Null pages, but, like, none of them were coming out very particularly great. It's also why I've pivoted to Unprofessionals, because I got myself back into a good place now. Not to get real, not to get so real on stream. I do have interest in the future of possibly doing, like, LASIK or electrolysis. And I'm thinking, like, if I ever get, like, a camera, like, if I ever decide to do camera streams, I am just going to get one of those, like, fake boob sets that, like, streamers wear. You know? Like, the silicone ones that you can just slip on. Because that seems a lot better for me, physically, because my scoliosis, and my fibromyalgia, than getting implants. Because, having those pressing against my ribs probably would not turn out well. I always like drawing Melody with, like, what I like to call the Charlie Brown smile. Like, where she's like, you know, like whenever Charlie gets kissed by, like, the redheaded girl, and his mouth just becomes like a scribble. I always find that very cute. I should probably draw the head a little bigger, just a little bigger. See, here's that. No, a little smaller. Yeah, I think Melody, at least parts of Melody, are gonna be over top Dottie. But of course I gotta go around, so... I just realized how funny it looks like Audrey just being like... Sorry. Like, in comparison, like, Melody and Dottie are very sweet, affectionate people. Solma is awkward, but she, you know, she is very flirty and everything. Audrey is also very flirty, but she's also very, like, yeah! You did it, man! Woohoo! So, it's just kind of funny. Let's see here. So... arm going, like, here. So the body would have to be very turned. And then hands would be about here. But it would be underneath Solma's hands. Just gotta make sure the pinky actually looks like it would be on a hand. Let's erase this bit here, so that way. Okay. And then we gotta draw the rest of Soma. Sorry, Melody. Let's see here. Oh, the watering finally stopped. Thank fuck. Let's see here. Oh yeah, I had to draw the little freckles. I do not have freckles. That is just a way to separate me and Melody. Also, it looks cute. It looks a little cute. By the way, if anybody has any requests for music that will not get me copyright claimed, feel free to suggest. I just, you know, I gotta be cautious. You know, there's this site called Toy House. It's like a place where you can actually like show off characters and be like, "Hey, these are my OCs." And I really love the concept of it. It's kind of a big reason why I made these. But I found out you need an invite from somebody who already is on the website. It's kind of like how Blue Sky worked back when it was still new. You know, folks, I gotta be real. I don't think I like this one as much as Tokyo 2. Well, the original Tokyo 2. How many tracks in are we? 4. 4 of 16. It just hasn't been hidden. The samples haven't been as hard hidden. I could probably just play Ramona's stuff after this. Others. Am I doing this right? Oh, I see. I was accidentally trying to erase Melody's lines instead of Dottie's. Is that supposed to be her ear? Maybe I think it might just be her hair. That's what I was trying to do there. Oh, what am I doing? Oh. I'm silly. I'm the big silly Billy. And I'm gonna go quickly.
Free.
Hmm? Why is, Oh, I'm on harder... Again, the big silly. Oh, I forgot to say the other temples of my art style. Cowboy Bebop. I just adore a lot of 90s anime, how it looks, how they're drawn more, I hate to say it, human-like. Uh, and especially just like the way that Cowboy Bebop handles weight and motion. Like everything feels like it has that sort of realistic weight to it. I wish I had better words to do it, but I got streamer brain. The third one, which is the most recent of the temples of Tracy's art style, is Rise of the TMNT. I have a friend that's very into the show. Knows a lot of little facts and stuff. I am a very casual fan of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I liked the CG version, though on retrospect, I don't think I'd like it as much now because a lot of the episodes probably should have just been 15 minutes. I like the pacing much better in Rise. And I don't really have comments on anything that's come out since. The studio that makes that has done some impressive shit. I heard they'd done a Lego, like, Wukong show, Journey to the West show, but I haven't seen it. I hear it's great, though. And I was a big fan of Ninjago when I was a kid, so I can't judge. Oh. Ah, I see. I have miscalculated. Melody be on top. Get rid of here. Oh, messed up the colors on Dottie there. Oh! Oh boy. Oh god, how did I have it? There we go. And now, what colors is causing that? That's Melody's colors. Okay, let's... very small brush. There we go. Let's see here. Stretch a little bit. Now, all we have left to put in is Jean. And I gotta be honest, I don't know how we're gonna put Jean in here. I was thinking of having Jean, like, running, like, trying to run into the shot. Oh, you know what? You know what? If I scale up the drawing, and then, like, have Jean, like, hold the camera, that would be really cute. That would be really, really cute. Hold on. Gotta put everything in a folder. Scale them up a little more this way. And then... I mean, I could have Jean just on the side there. But if I had Jean taking the picture from, like, the sidelines, that could be... How about... And then we do Jean. Popping in from the side. So wait, I gotta use a thicker brush if I'm gonna do, like, more close-up. Let's see here. Anybody got any questions or anything? Doesn't have to be about Unprofessionals. Yeah, that's looking good. Would there be a dream hopping episode? Whew. The way that the paranormal works is that, so, like, in 2072, the afterlife, which is the Akkadian, Sumerian, Babylonian one, the Kur, gets intersected 7% into our reality. And occasionally, like, I mean, aside from, like, being able to physically see ghosts and reincarnation and have them be tangible, physical stuff, there is, some paranatural stuff. Like, Dottie is psychic. Dottie is, like, the psychic of the group. And she could theoretically go into people's minds. It's just having an entire episode where she is going into somebody's mind. I think it would be more like, you know what? How about this? It would be an episode where her powers go supercharged or on the fritz, and it causes all of them to be inside of, like, the dreamscape. That would probably be how a dream episode would work. I actually like that idea. I might use that. Thank you. You see, I have been working with these characters and these concepts for a decade. Like, I know this shit inside and out, and I adore it. Like, if I can make this show for the rest of my life, I will. I genuinely will. The concepts, the character writing, it comes very natural to me. I had initially drawn Jean. Okay, here's the thing. Jean, in, like, every other iteration of Unprofessionals, had green hair and a blue, shirt, and that became challenged when Salma became the blue one and Melody became the green one. So I'm like, well, fuck, what color do I give her? And I was thinking orange, but I don't think that's it anymore. No. I think Jean is brown. Like, her shirt, like, she's wearing, like, a brown sweater. Cause I severely do not want people to be like, oh, that's the Velma of the group. You know, like, as much Scooby-Doo inspiration as there is, I do not want anybody thinking, like, any of the characters are meant to be analogs. Especially since there are 5 of them, you know? Like, there is very obvious character inspiration from them, not from Scooby-Doo specifically, but from other characters that exist. Like, I'll give you a very easy one. Audrey was very inspired by Kim Pine from Scott Pilgrim, but she got like all the redhead sort of badass moments, and then Jean got Kim Pine's, like, actual personality, where it's just more laid back and chill. Oh, no, yeah, it's totally cool, Aardvark. I just, like, when I, think about these concepts and everything, it is hard for me not to think about them in possible situations, because I love these characters. They mean so much to me. Like, if I had like a brainstorming stream with chat, like, throwing out suggestions and me writing, like, actual episode descriptions, That would be kind of fun. That would be kind of fun. Because I could probably come up with episode ideas just from viewer suggestions like that. To be fair, Scooby-Doo's dynamic is a lot different to the stereotypes that are commonly used. No, yeah, that's true. Oh, I'm sure you did not mean stereotypes as in my characters are stereotypical or anything, because I work very hard. I used to have a crewmate in college who added this playlist, so I heard it for a few months. To be fair, I think this is the catchiest one off of this album. Didn't they put this one in Bomb Rush Cyberfunk? Or am I crazy? I hardly know your characters yet. That's true. That's true. Oh god. If I went into each individual character right now, I would probably have to halt drawing. And that is very beside the point of the stream. I could go on a tangent on that for literal hours. No joke, I would probably end up revealing shit that I probably shouldn't tell yet about the show. Because, like, you know, it's so early that I'm just doing the pilot, but, like, I have shit planned out for, like, you know, like, fully planned out for, I think, about 5 or 6 episodes from here, but I have lore that extends so far past, like, it could go on for however many episodes or seasons that it needs to. That's kind of what happens when you have characters cooked up in your head for so long. Cooked and cooped. That's also why I want to get on Toy House. That way I have an actual resource, an actual place that I can be like, hey, these are my characters. This is what they're about. 'Cause I have not had the opportunity to do that, like, ever. And especially not in, like, such as an accessible form as, what Toy House seems to be. I hate video games, so IDK joking truth. Yes, it's in Bomb Rush Cyberfunk. Okay, cool. Cool. I've heard this sample in another song. I can't think of it right now. Jean's hair's a little hard to draw. Oh, okay. Maybe I've heard this. Maybe I've heard someone sample it from this song because it says featuring TVMA, who is a rapper. Maybe I make this a little bit bigger. I will be playing the Bomb Rush Cyberpunk soundtrack after this, in case you were wondering. The one thing I will say I do miss with Picardo is how I was able to just play whatever music I wanted on there. Of course, that was back when streaming was so new that, like, there wasn't laws and, like, regulation on that sort of stuff, which, obviously, regulation helps in a lot of regards to things that are stuff that, you know, illicit and should not be streamed. But it also stifles, you know, exposure to artists through music. That's something that Vinny Vinesauce has talked a lot about. Which, you know, that's why he makes his music available for approved for streaming. Which I will definitely play. Maybe not tonight, but at some point on the stream. Maybe I show the little... Yeah. And... I think we got it, folks. We did it! We got, frame 11. Done. And to clarify, I have not, I have not finished, like, the frames in between frame 1 and frame 11, but, you know, we're getting there, you know? What the issue with music in streams? Sorry if I'm losing folk. Oh, copyright stuff. Like, for, you know, when people copyright their music, usually under a label, the label wants all the money. They want as much as they can scrape out of anything. So if you play music on your streams, not only will you get in trouble for that if you keep it on your channel, they will take the revenue, that you make from, like, views of it on, like, YouTube or wherever it is uploaded. It's a very big, annoying issue, and also, on Twitch specifically, certain copyrighted songs, actually most of them, will get your VOD muted. So, like, the entire section of the stream that the song is played, gets completely removed audio-wise. Which is annoying, because, you know, what if I'm talking during that? What if I'm playing a song that I want people to enjoy? No, yeah. The system is fundamentally flawed. Now, I'm going to put frame 11 into Premiere Pro. My computer does not like it when I run Premiere Pro when I have OBS open. So, pardon me for a moment. I am just going to move over to that shot. And then shot 11. Place that there. Make it bigger so that way it fits. And then delete the shot divider, blocking it out of frame. Can you hear that? I wonder. Hold on. Can you hear that like audio scrubbing that I'm doing in Premiere Pro? Kind of? Okay. Let me get rid of the music for a second. Now I have what is called a scratch script recorded. It is the script in its entirety, but it is just my voice. This is the shot. This is what is playing in the audio as the shot is going on. I actually got pulled directly out of college into the Extrasensory Protection Agency. I'd pulled in my fucking Premiere Pro freaked out. I didn't even get to see the frame line up with it. Oh, I hate this program. But it's kind of the only thing I can do to assemble all of this, because Clip Studio Paint animation is a nightmare to work with. Into the Extrasensory Protection Agency. I'd pulled in my partners to help film a documentary off the submergence when the submergence is what I call the when the afterlife goes 7% into there. But okay, so now let's hear 48 to 50. We got 2 more seconds animated. That means we got 16 seconds of the pilot animated, folks. Woohoo! Yeah! There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Now, let me figure out which shot I want to draw next, because I'm trying to get rid of the, I'm trying to take care of the shots that, like, are static. Can't film that. That one could work. I could do that. I could do shot 20. Let's do shot 20. Okay. So, shot 20 does not involve any of the characters. Let's see here. So, file, new, shot 20. There we go. And then we close out of the other one. Probably should have called this Unprofessional shot 20, but hold on a second. File, save. Oh, I thought I made a folder. Hold on. Shot 20. Okay. So, this one, I need to look up references for hazmat suit. Oh. When you search them on Google, it shows you hazmat suits to buy. What the fuck? I mean, that's actually a pretty good suit, actually. I would need a back shot, though. Well, not like that. Not like that, chat. Oh wow, NASA has fucking, like, radiation spacesuits. Look at this shit. Hold on. Oh! Fuck, I always forget. I have to put it on my desktop. Okay. If it could have hazmat suit turnaround. Oh, this kind of works. Okay. Sorry to take so long, but I've never drawn a hazmat suit before, so I need reference. Remember, always draw with references. Okay. So... Paste... Okay. So now... let's trim these down to just the raw images. Oh, oops. Oh! I did that on the wrong layer. But still worked out. There we go. Okay, cool. And then those helmets. So that's kind of like this is definitely like meant to be a hazmat suit, but like, you know, there's very obvious open flaps there and everything. It's, you know, more of an outfit. These are actual ass hazmat suits. Yeah, okay. This one, I would say the closest relative of what this shot is supposed to be is like those close-up frames in like SpongeBob where they get like a little hyper-realistic with it. Or at the very least detailed. This is, wait, no, I don't need a folder. I can just merge them. Yeah. That's fine. Now... let's see here. I need reference for... laying on the ground. Sorry, my brain wasn't working there for a second. Laying on the ground. Reference. Photo.
These people, am I right?
Now, it's always very important with reference. Don't steal, like, you know, like there's stock pose references, obviously, that are meant to be like, hey, this is for you. This is for you to practice on and reference and everything. But if you're just taking from like, you know, another artist or something, like do something inspired by it. Don't do it one-to-one, you know. I feel like I shouldn't have to say that, but, you know, there are some newer artists that follow me that I'm aware of. There's a lot of stock photos. I don't. Some of these I can't even show on you on Twitch. Oh man. I know there used to be this, like, reference photo website where all of them were free. Like, all of them were, like, free use, public domain. This is difficult for, like, the specific pose. I don't want to, like, jump right into drawing the specific pose that I am thinking of. Okay, most lying down stock photos are like people serene. Ugh. I need like on stomach. That's okay, that one's kind of close. It would I'd have to really distort the photo though if I was gonna get the pose that I was kind of looking for. Hold on, let's give it a shot. Okay, so scale, reverse, distort, no wait, perspective. No. No, that looks weird. That kind of, oh, that actually kind of makes him look, well, certainly not the vibe I'm trying to give here. What the fuck? On one of the stock image sites that I'm scrolling through, they just have a picture of Denji from fucking Chainsaw Man. I don't think you can use that. Stock photo lying down on stomach in pain? Man, there's nothing. Okay. I guess I'm just gonna have to try and freeball it. Fair enough. And now we can get to the cyberpunk one. What song is this? This is Big City Life featuring OV. This is the Bomb Rush Cyberpunk soundtrack. Okay, let's see here. So, oh wait, I gotta draw on the correct layer. Let's see here. Gotta have the big thing on the back. I'm assuming that's like for air. Oop. Tiny fingers. Tiny little fingers. Let's see here. Just kind of. In case you're wondering, yes, it is meant to be kind of wavy because there's nobody in this suit. Okay, we're skipping this one because we already heard it. This is the fun part about doing these shots out of order, is that all of you get to guess, like, what the fuck is going on, you know? Like, I know what's going on, but you see me drawing this and it's kind of like, huh? Still not super happy on the perspective. Maybe distort the hand a bit. Because that doesn't look super much like a... Maybe switched. Put this on this side, put the ripped one on the other side. And then... Oh, whoops. Hold on. No, not mesh transformation. Not yet, at least. It's free to form this. So that way the hand's a little more reached out. Let's... It's getting closer. It's getting closer to what I'm actually envisioning it as. Perspective. Then let's get rid of the little ripped up part there. By the way, thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. I haven't streamed my art in about 7 or 8 years. If you don't know, I started my career of streaming, doing art. But then some very personal stuff that I'd rather not talk about happened, and it made me not want to stream art for a very long time. So, doing this today was a little bit nerve-wracking, admittedly, but I'm actually very happy that people are here and people are supporting me still after all these years. So just thank you. I do really appreciate that. Not to sound generically sappy or anything. I just, do very much appreciate it. I like that arm. I don't like the placement in relation to the big thing on its back. The big thing on the back needs to be like very obviously. Oh, oops, that's not the right one. See here, how to move the arm. Time to take my meds. If you have meds to take, and, it's your time to take them, please do. Water. There we go. Okay. Back to streaming. Got like 30 minutes before mine, but thanks, boss. No problem. No problem. Always happy to help. Shit. Where's... I always... Just my little squirrely brain always loves to forget where things that I use all the time are. Perspective. No, no, not perspective. Actually. Let's make it so he has more of a shoulder. And then stretch this part out so that way it gets more of the sense that it was a complete suit. I feel like I could go more dramatic with the framing. I just can't think of it at the moment. However, that's the job of storyboarders, just to get the stuff on the page, you know? So, yeah. I think we did it. I think we are good on shot number 20. Hooray! That exported. Gotta reopen Premiere Pro. I should maybe just keep it open. Shot 20. And let's get that shot divide out of the way. And there we go. How much more is that?
Can't film that.
That seems to be 3 more seconds. Hooray! I know I might seem a little sarcastic because, you know, it's individual seconds that we're doing, but I mean, animation's fucking hard, man. You know, you gotta do so much to achieve very little.
Why does this logo seem
Okay, I can't do that one because I was gonna commission my friend to make that logo.
There were a lot of collars.
Okay, that's one I can do. What shot is that? That is shot 29. This one is gonna be a very easy one to do. Because I just have to draw 3 dog collars. Oh, oops. Yeah, 20's fine, I think. No, wait. No, no, no. I don't want to draw it the same way. Have like a little bell. Elves usually have like little thingies, just holes. And then show like the buckle. So like then it has the little prongs on it. Maybe scale up the whole drawing so it fits more of the frame. And then let's put a ball. And then a little box of some kind of pet food. I want to move the placement of the buckle one. I'm not trying to put things arbitrarily on screen. And then have the bell one. Oh wait, oh I forgot. The bell one a little closer to the screen. And yeah, that's good. Export that. Look at that. We got 3 frames done today. That's pretty good. That's pretty fucking good. Okay, let's move that into place on the timeline. Remove the shot divider. Okay. How long is that shot now?
There were a lot of callers.
That's 3 more seconds. So sorry, I love keeping track of like how long it is. 3 seconds, 6 seconds. Two seconds, so 8 seconds. And 14, so oh my god, basic math. 22. 22 seconds of the pilot is done. Well, storyboarded, I mean. Okay. Now, what's another one I can do?
Very.
How long will the pilot be? It is almost exactly 7 minutes long. There are 61 shots. I'm kind of taking care of the more static shots. There's only about 5 of them in the entire thing.
Film club.
Okay, this one is another photo. It's gonna be of them, the Unprofessionals, like, when they were younger in film club. Let me get, Polaroid. What the fuck? What is this? The sound effects in this is very weird. I do not have any shame drawing over this because it is a box. It is a box and I am bad at drawing, straight objects. Now, if you're wondering, Tracy, why is there a Polaroid in the year 2122? And to that I say, for fun. Okay. I don't like that sound effect. It sounds like a goat. Not to say that I don't like goats. It's more just that it's like you're up late at night on like a farm and like unexpectedly you hear like the goats out in the yard. And just like, Why are there all these fucking, like, Pokemon sound effects? Okay. Got the Polaroid. Oh, nope. And to save, not save that. What? Oh, I guess I had I didn't save it. Okay. Well, this is shot 4. Okay. Now, gotta draw the Unprofessionals when they were a little younger. Now this pose, I think like maybe Audrey would be taking the photo. So it implies that old tech will still exist and that you're comparatively old. Like, the fact that Polaroid is still a company and they still sell cameras that have, that let you print out Polaroid pictures, yes, I do think they will still be around. At the very least, the technology will still be around and somebody will still be selling it as novelty. Actually, I should probably close Premiere Pro, otherwise it's gonna, like, jam up with, like, so many like, automatic saves. Because, like, Polaroid was big in the 80s, and it's, 40 years later, and they're still selling, like, novelty cameras that can, like, print out the photos, like, immediately. I have a friend that had, like, one. It wasn't even, like, the Polaroid shape, it was, like, a white, normal-looking camera, but, like, on the side, it had, like, a little printer that just automatically printed out the photo as soon as you did it. It was kind of cool looking. Okay. Well, first off, Polaroid, lock photo, and now we figure out where everybody goes. I want the perspective on this one to be a little funkier, less flat. Like... And then Audrey... Wait, actually, I'm gonna do something cute. Hold on. dig back in my archives here. Let's give Audrey her hair from when I first started drawing her in this shot, just to be indicative of, oh, time has passed. Oh, that's the lyrics of this song. I never understood it in the game itself. Now this one feels like one where Audrey would be a little more, you know, a little more, a little more mischievous. Okay, so now time to draw like proto early ass Audrey hair, which is very different. Audrey is very much the tomboy of the group. Audrey was very influenced by my current partner. Back in the early days. Audrey had like these little, like, I call them bunny ears because they just kind of stick out. At one point they floated above her head when I was like a little more experimental with like the designs, but Okay. Then... she's a little skinnier back then. She still has the same jacket, though. Let's... she used to be a stick from the way I drew. I'm trying to make it more realistically proportional. Oh, I drew the table on the same layer as Audrey. Oops, oopsie, oopsie, oopsie. Did not mean to do that. We will do that on another layer now. I might need to shrink Audrey's head. It's a little big. Either that or I could just make her body bigger. Yeah, I think I'll make the body bigger. I don't think I could even draw the thing that I want to draw without... Nah, let's make her head smaller. Now, what I want her doing is a Kim Pineism. I have drawn Audrey doing this before. It's literally the Discord, like, image. Because Audrey was a little more, like, not edgy in, like, the sense of, like, Newgrounds edgy or anything like that. But she was, like, you know, she definitely reflected a lot of the more self-harm sort of stuff that I had when I was an undiagnosed teenager. And one of those was the Kim Pine, like, gun to head motion. I did that a lot. Like, a lot. I want to make it look like the jacket doesn't quite fit on her, but it just makes it look like she has one really big Popeye arm. I could change the perspective on it. Let's change the perspective. I think I need to change the perspective on her arm. Not the front one, but...
What up, G? What? Yeah, she do. You better go talk to her. Yeah. Too fine, too fine.
Oh, whoa, no. That's almost the reverse of what I wanted. Yeah, that's a bit better. And then let's make Audrey's face less wide. Because the perspective shift really did kind of fuck with that. No big head mode. No, I need to do free transform. Okay. I think that's pretty good. Maybe it's taking up a little too much space, but that's kind of the point to an extent. It's like that one picture. It's like that one frame of SpongeBob, where like it's like the IJLSA, uh, being like standing together, and then Patrick is like right up against the frame. That's my favorite shot in SpongeBob, like the entirety of the show. Okay. Now do I have my old drawings of... I need to draw my OCs recreating that shot. Yeah, that'd be fun. That'd be fun. Okay, yeah, I got most of the old ones still in here. You know what? This one's for me. This one's gonna be a little bit like me homaging what Unprofessionals was. Okay. I have Jean, I have Melody, who would be pre-transition at this point, and Dottie. If you're a long time Unprofessionals head, you will probably know what Melody's name was in the original version, but I don't think that's exactly necessary to divulge right now. Oh god, what are they doing? What are they doing in the background? Film club. Film club, film club. Green screen. I remember in my computer class, we had to shoot like a short film for our class, and in like a closet there was a green space in case anybody wanted to do like, you know, green screen effects. Okay. So... And I drew it on the wrong layer again. Oh. Oh. I hate doing that. I really do. I do it so often. My art gets so messy. I try to keep it very clean, very organized, but then I draw on the wrong layer and I don't notice for like ages. I'm getting better at it, but something interesting I've been doing. I've streamed Disco Elysium for my birthday, and I've kept playing it after. But I started wondering what would happen if you just had perfect stats, like from the beginning. And it turns out, a lot happens. Like a lot. Like there's so much I missed on my first playthrough of it that I didn't even expect. Uh. Wait, what? Oh, okay, what? Why is... Oh, I didn't delete it from Audrey's frame. Delete. Okay. Now, we're going to draw pre-transition melody. And I know exactly how I am going to draw that. Whoa, 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 hold on, folks, hold on. Stop the music. Tom... Is Daft Punk coming back? What? Oh. Oh, okay. Whew. There was an article saying, uh, Thomas Bangalter and, Guy Man, doing the soundtrack to extraordinarily, oh, the page is just pure white. Extraordinarily enlightening fall 2025 show. Okay. So it was just Thomas Bangalter. For a fucking second, I thought Daft Punk, because the headline was misleading. Okay. Now, if you're wondering why I'm looking up Thomas Bangalter, who is, for if you don't know, but you know Daft Punk, he is the one with the silver helmet. There's a very famous photo of him right before he went to go play at the Emmys in 20
Check it out. Check it out. Check it out.
Overload, too much information, I can't handle this. Gotta turn it up to be unreachable. Buy some time for what it's worth, it's really on you to decide. You're on a key to queendom, music can make time stand still. You can say hi, you can say hi, just by listening to the same tune. You can say hi, by looking into each other's eyes. You can say hi, baby, hi. Overload, too much knowledge on my phone. I've got enough. Can't use it all. Plus it's deceiving too. Buy some time. All you really want is some time at hand. You're powerful. Just go to bed, stop staring at your screen all night. All night. You can say hi. Just by listening to the same tune. You can say hi, boys. Looking into each other's eyes. You can say hi. Without a phone, you can say hi. You can say hi. Just by listening to the same tune. Right now.
We only getting started. Yeah, I got the light. He got the light. We got the light. What you know about it? So much light. More light than a spike in your power bill. Or a match when it strike, we devour ill. They don't know how to feel. Their minds crippled, mental gangbangers. Never saw losers, but we game changers. Rearrange strangers with the Rickers. Next mission, bring the light to your home, electrician. I've been grinding since the basement. If you know, you know, man, you not adjacent. I'm in a league of my own. My soul speaking through poems. Both your speakers are blown for my songs. Let's get it on. I'm ready for the challenge. The dichotomy of dark and light is all about balance. Life's never perfect. Beauty runs deeper than the surface. Album on sale, but the soul not for purchase. Birth this ill style with mild symptoms against them ecstatic. I'm a shock to the system. Warrior. Battle scarred, yet these bars hard. Thus became an author, not the aardvark. I say, this the hard part. Restarted the lost art. Can make a smash from the mouth. I'm an all-star. Like this, light switch. Life is priceless. Like this, light switch. Life is priceless. Hit the light switch if you need a light switch. Like this, right quick for the night shift. I got the light, he got the light, we got the light switch. Sacrifice a ticket to the afterlife. My mission isn't done on earth. Alert the Xerxes versus fuel my appetite. I have the right insight. World needs the facts of life. Healthy as an apple slice. This what real rappers like. International. Took a vacation. Still working on my sabbatical. Casual but tactical. Listen up, please. I'm more than a chess piece. Pawn starving a bargain for scraps while the rest eat. Left me to fend for myself and I conquered where the wild things are with the monsters. As the earth keeps turning, lies keep turning. My eyes see burning. Fire desire with quiet. I'm blessed as 3 sermons. Speaking that breeze, defeat vermin. Billie Jean, you can see the light. Every step that I take, walk with a glow kept to my fate. Like this, light switch. Like this, priceless. Like this, light switch. Like this, priceless. Hit the light switch if you need a light switch. Like this, right quick for the night shift. I got the light, we got the light, we got the light switch. Shine on, young king, with the gleam of a colorful dreamer. Clean by the redeemer. Queens of radiant demeanor. Beams of light, I know you've seen us. Shine bright through the zeitgeist. Baking on jewels, hit a nice heist. Drop a few gems, then ignite mics. Land of the free, but it comes with a slight price. You are not nice. Rappers want to battle, not a sweat. Quiet is kept like Naruto's wife. He not a threat. Young vet in the place. Masses, brains all trash. The mind is a terrible thing to waste. Darkness embraced like a plague. But our light never would be dim. Better grab a pair of shades. But shine all in your face. I got the light.
Was it like that the whole stream? Please, for the love of God? I hope not. No, it couldn't have been. It couldn't have been. I answered questions from people. And they actually, like, responded back and everything. Okay. Well, however long I've been speaking, I am so sorry. Thank you for pointing that out. Thank you for pointing that out, you Mugwat. I'm gonna show you something special. I'm gonna show you what I have done. So this is the current project timeline for Unprofessionals. Hold on a second, I gotta get rid of that. This is the current project timeline for Unprofessionals. I have done 4 shots today, all of them static, but still, nonetheless, progress. We take those. So I want to show you what I have done so far. So here's shot number 1.
So, Gene, how do we want to start this? I don't know, actually. Maybe how we all got together. Yeah, that sounds good.
So that's how that all starts. This is them talking about how they get together.
We actually started off in film club.
So you see all of them in the past, you know. Probably in the final version I'll have like a date, like class of 20, like 21. Oh god, how old would they be? See here, I graduated high school when I was 17, so class of... Oh wow, yeah, I guess that would be class of 2116, literally 100 years after me. That was not intentional. That was not intentional at all. That'll definitely be a better indication of like, hey, this is in the future. We have shot 11, which
I actually got pulled directly out of college into the Extrasensory Protection Agency.
and this is to show like how much they've progressed and everything. You know, contrast between like, oh, look at us, we're a bunch of fucking, you know, dorks trying to make films, and then, aw, they're all sweet and nice to each other. They are polyamorous. That has always been the case through every version, in case you've wondered. This one,
Ooh.
Oh no!
Oh god, no! Ooh, can't film that.
They find a hazmat suit, a torn up hazmat suit, which will have, you know, a little bit of blood on it. By the way, has the audio been picking up? Hold on a second, let me...
That.
Yep. Okay. Cool. And then this shot. So this is like big reveal of the episode. They go like,
Oh my god.
oh my god.
No. So, we can only show some of that, but let's just say there were a lot of callers.
It ties into the ghost of the episode, which I have not designed actually. Still need to do. I still have about 2 characters that I need to design. This is gonna give me copyright claim, but I'm gonna show you the end of the episode. I have just as a you know, temporary in place one, unless if I'm actually allowed to use it, a theme, like a little credit song that can play. That I felt really tied things together. It's from a band called the Olivia Tremor Control, and The song is called Hideaway. If it'll play.
Ciao. Bye.
Safe
Yeah,
travels.
Bye.
Ciao.
So, where to now?
Our next investigation. That's probably as much as I can play without getting copyright claim. Uh, but I wanted to show that off as, like, you know, being like, hey, uplifting ending. And then at the end, at the very end, I added in a little bit from one of their other songs to kind of reinforce, hey, this is a horror show. If it'll play. I severely doubt I'm going to be able to use this whatsoever. And even then, there's like this transition here that I'm not really proud of. I would keep it longer if I could, but you know, I figured people wouldn't want to sit around for really long credits. But yeah, that's how things are going. That's how things have been progressing. I have been working for 4 hours. I have not quite gotten an hour per shot, but it does average out that way. Let's do a final countdown. Let's see here. So 14 seconds. 14 and a half seconds. 16 and a half seconds. 19 and a half seconds. 22 and a half seconds. So that's how much of the pilot is done. Storyboarded so far. Thank you. Thank you. I would continue, and I probably will on my own time, but, I am a little fatigued, just a tad. Think I want to, just take it easy for a little bit. However, here's a big thing for you. For all of you. This is no longer a once a week thing. I am going to stream myself doing this until it is done. Like, it may not be every single day. I might want some privacy. I might want to listen to a YouTube video or, you know, my own music that I cannot play on, Twitch or YouTube. But, I'm gonna try my damnedest to actually be a streamer again. Like a proper streamer. And hopefully, if I keep up that rate of getting shots done, who knows? Maybe we'll get it done sooner than expected. 'Cause, you know, some of those shots will take me quite a while, but there are certain shots that will be easier to do. Okay. Well, I I thank you for being here, for supporting me. I really do. Uh, this was a very big deal for me because I haven't done this in uh 7 years drawing art on stream and 10 years working on Unprofessionals on stream. So, uh, again, it was very nice to hop back in the saddle, and I appreciate you all being here. Sorry that I keep saying that so much. I do mean it. Um, if you want to find me in my various places, uh, check my Neo Cities. It's in the description. It also has a link to like a Discord and my YouTube and all that sort of stuff. Uh, let's raid, because there's actually someone streaming this time. Raid. Make sure I don't spell it incorrect. Master Gear. No raid phrase. Actually, raid phrase, just say, hi, Gear. Uh, thank you all for streaming, and I hope you have a good evening. Bye.